So like they don't even know. They don't even care. They're the general. They're the sheep of the whole fucking thing. They just don't even notice this. They don't know how close we are to a complete fucking global meltdown until their house is on fire. That's yeah.
I see us hitting 85 today.
Sorry, Timmy?
I think ES 85 would be my target if I were long.
85.
Yeah, actually 85. Yeah, well, it's melt up season.
85 even. I'm gonna have to go to like a yearly chart here for fuck's sakes. 85.
What? 5485? It's 10 points away.
Yeah, I get it, but I mean, to see any structure, I'm gonna have to go out to like a 2-hour chart.
Yeah.
This is all-time fucking highs, man. Like, come on. I predicted this in a sense. Well, Specs, we have until the 12th of December. We're gonna do it. And they're gonna rip it back 1 to 6 days before that fucking 12th. So look for major action at like, I'd have to look at the calendar and see what the days were. But like the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, the 11th, one of those days, those are gonna pull back hard so that their data matches the fucking price. And then they will either we pulled it back hard enough so they don't rate hike, or they don't pull it back far enough and they rate hike, and then the fucking thing will drop out. And you'll have way more profit taking. Yeah, well, and at the end of the day, we're still just going to come back to 4,400, maybe 4,300. Let's just call it 4,300 would be nice and healthy for everybody, and then we can carry on for the rest of the year going up. That means 2024, the rest of 2024. Nice. Most of these hedge fund guys are already into fucking like March and their shit, like all in their thinking.
Yes, 90, I'd say. Even they are pushing into calls like a fuck ton right now. Look at that skew.
See, crude was at the bottom. You could have got the long there for the, you would have had range advantage there, but I mean, that was tricky fucking shit. I'm fucking almost done with it, man. I'm up for the day, but I mean, I'm gonna have to have some medicine early. Holy fuck, it's early. It's 9:30. I even took today. I took yesterday off too, just so I could be ready for today, and then I could have something tonight, and then be off on Thursday, and then be ready for, because the game, guys, is on Friday, right?
Yeah.
The game is on Friday.
I'm not
you're gonna get some fucking who knows what the fuck. I don't know what the game is, but it's on Friday. It's gonna fucking cook. Look at this rolling top here at the.
Well, the thing is that
I got a back test group more. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, not all of them, but some major CEOs are all selling into the buyback programs, right? But as far as I know, Amazon hasn't even started their buyback program. They've got
share repurchase. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah,
because they've got a ton of. I'll look into that. They've got a ton of cash. Then they got too much cash, right? And you know why they do that? It's to actually balance that cash off. Because guess what? Again, they're not going to give it to the shareholders. People are so naive to think that the company's out to do you good, and it's not. So why would they do a share buyback? Because all their Christmas bonuses are already filled up to the gills. They can't give anybody any more raises. So guess what? The company's got to build asset now. And now they're just going to build market cap. Well,
Harvey, why are you so mad, bro?
I don't know why. I'm pissed today, though. Yeah, you're right.
Dude, don't be pissed.
I went through a battle, man. I already fought the fucking 4.5 this morning.
Remember, don't fight the trend. Let the trend fight you. Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense either. No.
Sun Tzu saying of the day. Don't
The
fight
Sun
the trend.
Tzu, the Sun Specs saying of the day.
Sun Tzu, you know
Yeah, well,
Sun Tzu was a
specs.
trader. He would trade rice futures on the side, like it was like his side thing. Anyway,
Did I tell you that,
Sure.
Specs? That I did the Art of War translated for a
you read
trader?
it? Oh,
Did I
they
tell you
did
that?
that? No way.
No,
Do you
I
have a
did that.
PDF of that? What do you mean you did
Yeah,
that?
I
You wrote
do.
a book?
I did.
Dude, send me that. I want to read that. That's
Well,
hilarious.
it's
I would
still
love to read that.
it's kind of a work in progress still. Like I've got like all my notes though. So I went through every one of the quotes, and then I handpicked the ones that I could, kind of relate to, like to trading. And then I put in a little bit of a, what was he kind of thinking here in a trading mindset. I kind of gave, it's a lot of work, right? So I kind of gave up on it a bit, but I have it to that point. I could look. Let me see if I can find. I'll find a little piece of it. What would that be in? The documents?
What about the DJ Van Trader, man?
Oh, I've got one. I've got his morning run right now. I've got to repost it though. Where the fuck would I have put that? It can't be a download. Oh, you know what it is? Ah, fuck, I gotta get out of here. I go over to here. Go to Sheets. It's probably in a Google Sheet.
What?
That's pretty deep. I hate the Google Sheets. How you have to relabel it and rename it, or it just fucking pop, like it just overwrites it. Fuck, it pisses me off. There it is, Art of War. Let's take a look at it. Let's just roll down to like the middle. Try and pick something short. I'll just screenshot it. Where should I put it? I'll put it here. That's in the Capital Flow chat. That's just like, I don't know. I'm working on it. It's not, I got to go through it all and edit. And I was going to try and brainstorm it with another guy to see if I could get it to be a little bit cleaner. And then the DJ Van Trader shit, I got to. Work to me. Because I'm scrubbing it off of another. I'm scrubbing it off another one just to protect. It's not ready for launch yet, right? So I don't want to have any extra subscribers or anything added to that YouTube, that name. Yeah. So if I do ever send you something, or anybody, if I ever send you something YouTube, don't subscribe because it's not ready. Funny.
I'm subscribing.
Funny guy.
What's Gex looking like, Timmy?
Degen. We are
Oh, shit.
so my target, so I think we actually at least 85, probably 90.
of course, we're in a positive gex, positive gamma, whatever it is. Forgot. What's that word?
We are positive gamma as fuck, yeah.
There's a lot of selling here.
I'm
But they're
probably
being
not.
absorbed at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not trading today. I need to do some taxes. What's the volume like even? Is it better than yesterday? Yeah. Yeah.
Where's Zero? He's not really on anymore, or?
I haven't
Who knows?
seen him on in a couple weeks, few weeks.
Really? That's crazy. Maybe I'll DM him.
That's looking like a lot of calls. What are you doing here, Specs? It's Wednesday.
I took the day off. Not the trade, just because I have something to do. Going to check out a apartment.
An apartment? You're moving out?
Yeah,
Why?
because man. We
Yeah.
basically. Well, I'm not really checking
No,
out an
I think
apartment. We bought it.
I get it. Right as soon as you said that, I was like, wait a second, I remember. I remember why. Oh shit! Look at that. It's
Yeah.
ripping down.
Yeah, I think it reached demand.
Did you get the short? Did it, like? Do you see what I'm getting at? Did anybody get the short? Did anybody get the long? Holy fuck! These are
Could have long.
substantial.
I scalped it for a couple ticks off the long.
That's 300 ticks on NQ, up and down. So that's six. You know what I mean? That's 600 ticks. That's enough to make a month if you did that right. Fuck. I'm not saying that that's easy work, but
I was short 45.79 and fucking cut it.
79.
Yeah, on ES, not NQ.
Yeah, no. I get you. Wow, 79. That was pretty dumb. So
Yeah, I fucking
Yeah,
cut it on the
that
break of
sucks.
that low, on that 1 minute low.
sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
makes
that
sense.
sucks.
Can't believe I.
See,
I
just
could've
take
taken-
your risk and like it, no matter what. Fuck.
That was a 4-1. Man. Whatever.
But Russell's saying we might have a bit of a bounce here. Yeah, just wow, look at it just peeling off.
Ooh,
And if you
it
think
just.
Friday's gonna be worse.
How's the trading going, by the way, Harvey? Are you up this month or?
Yeah, but I mean, not what I want to be. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, the R's cometh and they taketh.
I know what you mean.
So I'm up, but I mean, it's like, I'm definitely not up like what Fat Cat is up. For fucking sure.
He's crushing it.
Fuck, is he? And then he bitches and moans when he has a $1,700 drawdown, and I'm like, holy fuck, dude. It's okay. That's okay to have a $1,700 drawdown. It's not a big deal.
Isn't he up like 30K a month now?
More, man, more.
40K now? Holy shit.
More
Like how much?
specs.
Or do you not want to say?
More.
You don't have to say.
No, I don't
50K?
have to say it, but I can keep saying more until you get to the right
100K? Come on,
spot.
less than
No,
100K. a month.
Okay, there you go. 100K is too much.
Okay,
100K is too much.
so like 60.
Yeah, give or take.
Fuck, man. And he's bitching about
Well, think about it.
1700.
Let's just
Oh,
put it on average. Put a month on average. What is that? That's what is that? 20 working days?
700K a year, dude. No taxes.
20 working days, right? Is in a week.
Why no
right?
taxes? Doesn't he have to pay taxes?
He's in Texas. It's like less than
Well.
5%, man. It's like almost nothing.
What? No, he
Free-
doesn't.
free
Why, 'cause
Willy
he's in
country.
Texas? No, he's got to pay taxes. Where's John?
Yeah, dude, there's like no
John's
taxes
in Texas too.
Yeah, wait, don't short term, don't futures get taxed as short term gains as well? So he's literally paying like nothing.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they get
Yeah.
taxed as short term gains. Or sorry, long term gains, long term gains.
Well, as soon as John gets back, we can ask him because that's fucking. I don't know. Maybe that's why all those small cap traders are in fucking Austin. That's okay. Well, I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Because we pay 50%, right? Specs.
Yeah.
Trying
Yeah,
to
we
avoid
do.
that desperately. I'm trying to get that down to.
Wait.
You know, I'm not trying to avoid taxes. I'm trying to get it down to 30%.
Wait. 50 on your prop or on your personal account? 50 on your prop, right? Personal shouldn't be 50.
Yeah, personal will be.
Like what? 25 to 30?
Well, no. Okay, so personal, it would go by the bracket. So if you get up above 180 or whatever, 150 or something like that, then you'd be damn well close to 50%, 46% or something like that. On personal taxes. So business taxes, as soon as you're a financial individual of whatever, that's like 52% or something.
What the?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm trying to avoid it with these loopholes, right? And I'll tell you about it, Specs, once I get it figured out. But I mean, I don't know if I got it figured out yet. And I'm not trying to avoid taxes. I'm just trying to lower it a bit. And it has to do with those fucking combines. That's why this combine is so important to me.
So wait, there is a.
Probably Didn't
Sorry.
need it. I don't need a combine. This is the only reason I want the combine is for this loophole to work.
Let me get it straight. So your personal account, you make 50K. You're gonna pay. Let's say 30K. And if you make 100K, you're gonna pay 50%.
No, but like more than that. It'd be like 100 and I'll look up the tax brackets.
Whoa, that's fucked up, man. So I've got it better than you in that regard.
Yeah,
We
well,
pay-
it goes into like your overall taxes, right? So like, let's just say you made some money. Let's just say you made some money, like your normal job, right? Okay, so sorry, never mind, I'm wrong. So it's 33% on anything over 235K. So it's 33%. But as soon as you become a business and put it into
That's
put it
fucked up.
into the business. Well, yeah, no, and classify your business as a financial business, then they want like 50 some odd percent or something.
Okay, that's fucked up. I pay like almost 50% on my normal job taxes.
Are you German?
Yes, but on capital
Oh.
gains, I pay 28%, and I could gain like $1 million, and I would still pay 28% on the million, and
Okay,
be
so
taxed
for capital
50.
gains, we pay 50%
What?
on 50%. So if you made $1 million, you would pay 50% of 500,000. So you'd pay
Okay.
250K for that. That would be the capital gain on that.
Okay, see, I would pay more than actually not much, but I would pay like 280K or something.
Right,
Around
so
that.
it's fairly close, yeah. Yeah, look at crew just chewing away.
Where are you from in Germany? Because I'm in Frankfurt right now. Cologne, nice. I went to Frankfurt like 8 months ago.
Nice. So you're working for a bank, I guess, huh?
No, I'm doing my own thing. Fuck that.
Okay.
Is that what Frankfurt's all about, is banks?
Yeah, it's the money
Yeah.
capital in Germany.
Oh, cool. Again, Russell's still telling us that this could be a good turnaround spot. I'm not suggesting you go long here, but it could bounce. And you have fairly tight risk here if you were to take this. And it's getting a bit deep now. It's getting way too deep. Never mind.
I was gonna say, gamma volume has flipped completely to the negative.
Really.
Pretty substantially.
I'm telling you, Friday's going to be worse than this, or whatever you want to call it. If you want to call it better or worse, whatever you want to call it.
At this point, we're gonna
Get your
retest
popcorn
50.
ready for Friday. And then what? Nvidia. Oh, it's selling off because it was supposed to be a pair of twos there. It was supposed to do nothing almost, which it actually did. But now we're selling off a bit. which is kind of strange because I think it had actually positive earnings,
It had.
which is interesting.
But people are already like, what's that Singapore number and so on. So they fear they're somehow cooking.
Jump over to gold and the dollar. Shit, 2 minutes late. Shit. 2 minutes fucking late. What the hell happened there? See? Is that something to do with your gamma damma? Gamma jamma ding dong? Swiss, everything is selling off. All the currencies are selling off. Where's our yields? Bonds went up overnight. Now bonds are falling back. Yields are climbing. US dollar's just screaming. I don't know what the fuck was gold. That was fuck, man. God damn this fucking job, man. Specs. You got 90% of it sitting on your fucking hands, and then the fucking 10% that you can hit it is like hard as fuck. It's all risky.
Yeah, legit. Like the trader Risky, right? Whatever happened to Risky?
I think he blew himself up, man, to be perfectly honest. I don't think he might have been lying a bit about his size, but then I think he did lie about his size a bit. Well, I mean, and then Specs, you don't go to that size and then just walk away and be like, I just want to go to work for a place now. You don't do that unless you fucked it.
Dude. I'm not saying you're wrong for saying he was lying a bit. I'm wrong for you saying it was a bit. There's no way he was saying like 300 lots. And then I think one person looked at the footprint. One person looked at the footprint at the price he got filled, and he's like, there wasn't even that much volume there.
Yeah, I was kind of going off of that 100, but that's cool. That's cool.
It's like, yeah, I don't
100, 300.
Maybe he
what's
was.
a couple of,
Maybe I'm wrong.
What's a couple of oranges? What's a couple of oranges when you're squeezing?
300 fucking lots. Wow.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he got blown up, to be honest with you. He tried to get a little too greedy, a little too close to the sun. Here we go with the crude now. It fell off.
Why would you fucking blow up if you have that much money? Isn't it your job to risk less if you're that far ahead already? If you got 120k around just for margin.
Yeah, well, he was saying that he was like hitting like 40 grand in 2 minutes, kind of fucking shit. Yields just exploded.
Why would he do that?
Falling off.
Why would he risk it all in a fucking bear, bull, whatever market this is? Wait for it to actually clear and just go long. That's come on, that's stupid.
He was dealing in the same kind of stuff that what do you call it? That the number deals with, and it's like I don't know how they even fucking do it. It's the volatility. And they just take these quick little squeeze plays. Well, it was quick little squeeze plays, and now fucking I think Numbers is saying that he's in there for 30 minutes or something, or less. I think it's 30 minutes or less. It's like a fucking movie.
Yeah, I don't know. Usually,
and they just squeeze it. I don't know how they do it, and I don't really want to know because
usually
corrupted quite easily.
I don't know. So if you play on volatility, usually you sell options. You're an option seller. I didn't know that you can actually do volatility plays on futures, or that it would make sense. Because on volatility,
like order flow volatility on futures, I suppose.
But
right, and then they would blast this right now. They would go long to like whatever 60, but you put 300 lots on it. Let's just say. Right?
Yeah,
so
but
for like 2 points or whatever. And then again, that's the argument that Specs is saying, that you can't get that size in that period of time or whatever. Like you're that.
Bro, that cannot be. Numbers was here with Shao and me, and he said he is down on his NQ position 100 points. So you can't tell me that he has a fucking 100-point stop loss and is aiming for 2 points or whatever be the equivalent in NQ.
Again, I don't know what Numbers is.
And if you play on volatility, you actually want to do options because you capture the premium, which is way higher.
Yeah,
'Cause
no,
of the
you get,
volatility.
yeah, like you're double ending it. You get,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I really don't know what they're doing, but I mean, you don't just go from trading full time on big size to working at a fucking bank full time. That just doesn't make sense to me. He says that he wants to do it for learning. Okay, okay. But look, I don't know. I want to learn how to drive my Lambo better, to be honest.
Wasn't there a guy named Lambo who used to be in this chat? Or am I mistaken?
A guy named Lambo? Oh god.
I
I don't
swear
know.
that.
Probably. I mean, come on. I could probably like, you know what? I can go to the small cap server. I bet I can find a name that you're gonna love, right? Fuck. Not yet. I'm into the G's.
Crude is breaking to the downside.
Again, we've got a line in the sand on crude, 73.60, and on the top side, we need to break above 74.25, 74.35 to get more up. Did we do any of those?
35 and to the downside 63, you said?
73.60. So we're getting into it right now. For me, that'll be right here. We're right on top of a perfect gap fill. Volume profile gap fill. We're right on top of right now is a low node. So this is the midpoint or give or take of that gap fill. And everything's lining up with that 73.60 to be the bottom of that gap fill. So I'm not sure if we're going to rebound off of that, but it's something to be watching right then and there. Again, the tops, man. I can't get these tops in crude. They're not nice to me.
Well, top
Maybe I'm
pickers
using
get
it.
bloody noses, man. Don't even try.
Well, I don't top. No, I'm not looking for a top tick. I'm looking for the top pattern that I like, and it doesn't. Maybe I'm on the wrong time frame. I got to work on doing some more testing. Crude.
Are the guys short? Have they opened positions? Or did they
No.
just talk?
They don't tell you that shit. I don't
No,
get privy to
sometimes they
that
do.
shit. Yeah, but not really. So yeah, we're talking about crude oil inventories. There's inventories in 20 minutes, right? In crude.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for that, and then we'll see what happens there. Oh shit! God damn mother! Forgot to do it all. None of the shit's going.
Yesterday, somebody bought. What did I say? Yeah, somebody bought 10k lots market orders on the 10-year. And probably even more. One hour before close. If you followed that. Could have made like 30 ticks.
Well, can't catch everything, but that's a good idea, I guess.
I've been I've been doing some treasuries lately because the order flow is pretty good. Every time you see them defending a bottom with aggressive buying, I just hop in and risk the low.
And it works lately.
That has been working, yeah. 4 out of 4.
Beautiful.
Fields are screaming. Gold is holy fuck, man. Gold's not stopping.
I'm looking at the news right now. I don't see anything special. Anything
Yeah,
else?
exactly. I have a volume profile gap fill here. 94.5 would be the bottom.
Oh, wait. Is it the 4-week bill auction?
It happened at 10 a.m. right on the money, so it was a news of some sort, I believe.
Yeah, we had some consumer sentiment.
Right.
EU.
Yeah, inflation expectations, right?
That too. But I think actually what we have missed is the fund auction,
Let's
right?
look at the better news and see if we can get something. Inflation, consumer. Yeah, see? Inflation, nothing. Consumer expectations is down. Why would that affect gold?
I think it might be the short term, yeah, the 4-week bill.
Oh, I don't want to be like that, but look at that bounce on 94.5. Wow. Wow. That's impressive if this holds. And again, the drawing of these gaps and all that is it's an art, not a science. Fuck. I may be off by 2 ticks. I have no fucking idea.
That's close enough.
Yeah, well, yeah, kind of gets you that, right? Like, look at that crude. That's a midpoint bounce, perfect. Almost to the letter. Off of that volume profile shit, so. I'm definitely going to try and reincorporate that into the system. I let it go for a bit. Trying to just focus on price action, but. Now, could this just be a direct reflection, a direct reflection of the dollar? Is the dollar, like, did a 5-second intraday gap up there at the exact same time? So. Video.
You know what I'm looking at?
A new car.
No, I can't afford that shit. I'm buying a condo. It's gonna be super expensive. But I'm looking at like.
Are you getting it right in the
second
city,
setup.
or are you going out?
Oh no,
going out
right
to
in
Perth or
downtown
something?
Ottawa, man. Me, my
Oh,
dad, and my
fuck, it's
brother
gonna
are
be
splitting
expensive.
this condo. Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
600K.
what is it,
for the
7?
condo.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
I think we bought it at like 660, and now it's up to like 750 just in 2019 because we bought it at a really nice time. It was very lucky.
Sorry, go ahead with your second setup. What were you saying?
Yeah, so it's like, oh, never mind. It doesn't really work here, huh? Yeah. So basically what I'm saying is if the market gives you one setup and you have like a big target, let's say you have a target 25 points away, and then you get an intermediate setup in the middle of that large trade, and say this intermediate setup is lower time frame or same time frame, but it has a tighter stop, you can get the big target and have like a better risk reward on that second trade within the first trade, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. To me, it makes sense.
Yeah, that's basically what I was looking at.
Well, like you can call it legs of the check marks,
Yes.
or whatever you want to, right? So yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
don't
numbers.
be picking lows.
Here's our volatility boy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
How's the trading going, numbers?
We're back up live now with 13 instruments, but had conversations past 5 days with about 8 firms, so should be transitioning pretty soon. Well, hopefully in the coming month, at the end of December, should be transitioning into a different firm.
A different what job?
A different firm, yeah.
Dang. Oh yeah, you said you were looking. Well, congrats on finding something.
Well, I've had 3 or 4 offers in the past 2 weeks, which I've rejected because they either wanted me in office 4 or 5 days a week, which I said, fuck this. I have no reason to be in office. And second, they weren't allocating enough money for there to be joint intellectual property. If you're giving me enough money, well, yeah, there will be joint intellectual property. But if you're not even coming close to the necessary amount to validate quote unquote proof of concept at scale, I'm retaining full IP on that. You can fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, wait. Okay. So how do you measure that? Like, do you just put a number? Like, how do you put a number on that?
A number on what?
Like your intellectual properties.
What's a significant amount for a firm? And that's how I ultimately determine it, because what's necessary for proof of concept at scale is about a 25 million risk allocation, which gives 250 million of notional exposure. I still retain IP in that circumstance, but upon scale, once they give a legitimate allocation versus a risk allocation, that's where the conversation becomes valid. Okay, we're going to have joint IP.
Like,
what?
10% or?
No, joint IP, that implies that if I were to leave, I have the rights to keep my intellectual property, and they also have the rights to retain it too.
Oh, so it's not like a buyout. You're not selling the IP.
No, I'm not selling the IP.
You're protecting yourself. You're protecting yourself and okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. But they're also ponying up. What'd you say? 250 million.
Well, that's the notional exposure desired for proof of concept. So if they are going to give me an actual allocation of that versus a risk allocation, valid conversation to have. But if you're giving me only a risk allocation, the only risk you incur in this circumstance is, let's say, 15 or 20 million. I'm fucking retaining my intellectual property in that circumstance. But if you're giving me a full allocation without it being a risk allocation, there's a discussion to be had there about me having joint IP. But being in office 4 to 5 days a week for the purpose of being in the office 4 or 5 days a week, arrive at 7 a.m., leave at 7 p.m., you can fuck off. There's literally no reason to be in office 7 to 7, particularly with what I'm doing, what my team's doing. I have 4 other employees with me at this point.
But you still, like, you did work it out though. Like, you get what is it, 1% of the gains of that, right, or something, right?
No, my P&L split, if I maintain a geometric sharp.
The P&L.
Yeah, P&L split, if I maintain a geometric sharp over 4, the P&L split is up to 40%. If I'm within bounds of 2 to 4 for a geometric sharp, the P&L splits at 20%, and that's pretty industry standard of running high sharp ratios, particularly on intraday mid-frequency strategies. You're going to be looking at a P&L split of up to 40%.
Oh, okay. That's
Numbers.
I'm surprising that. I think that's surprisingly high, in a sense that they put up all the money, right? And
Well, not really.
I just
I mean, industry standard is usually 20 to 25% P&L split for sub PMs and
okay.
PMs.
That sounds better. That sounds better to me. Like that sounds more appropriate if you were.
Well, that's assuming you're only running a sharp of 2 to 4. If you're over 2 to 4 for a mid frequency, if you're over 4 for a mid frequency strategy, they're going to pay you out the ass because they know you can walk out the door and go anywhere.
Yeah, but I mean anywhere that has a bunch of money.
Almost all the low.
You're well, like you'd be running this on your own if you had enough money, right? Am I wrong or am I right? So like you kind of want them to kind of put up the money so you can make the money if you were like you know what I mean? Like you kind of need the money to make the money.
I mean that's the ideal circumstance, and then there's also the benefit of 450 to 600,000 base salary, and your bonus is paid annually, which is a drawback, most definitely, to an annual bonus structure. But it's there are other considerations which I'm having conversations with a couple headhunters in the UK that are going to connect me to some SMAs or sovereign wealth funds that are looking to give allocations on smaller scale, and that's more of an ideal. That's a slightly better structure because there's more autonomy involved. But most of the larger firms are aggressively expanding and have, let's say, Verition being one. They're smaller, about 15, 16 billion AUM. They have about 4.5 billion sitting on the sidelines, which they're desperately looking to allocate. A lot of them have a fair bit of cash sitting, which they are looking to allocate. And the expectations for performance are completely different because most people they had come in 2021, 2022, 2023. All their models are assuming there's a risk-free rate of 1%. Well, if you have a risk-free rate of 1%, having a sharp ratio of 2.5 to 3 is fucking easy. If you have a risk-free rate of 7 to 8%, running a sharp of 4 to 5, and it's, I mean, HFT doesn't count. That's irrelevant. HFTs, most are running sharps in the range of 20 to 25. For mid-frequency intraday, 1 to 3 trades, anything over a geometric sharp of 3 is considered golden. Hold on, give me one moment. I need to go flip my chicken. Hold on.
That is the most random way I've heard somebody end a conversation.
Go flip that chicken, King.
I mean, I've heard choke the chicken, never heard flip the chicken.
To end the conversation, you've heard somebody say, I'm going to go choke my chicken real quick.
Yep.
Yeah, he must be a great friend. You guys must be very close.
Yep. We're basically butt buddies.
Hell yeah, man. That's what's up. That's not my thing, but I respect it.
We used to be on Discord playing games, and that's how we'd end the night. We'd be like, all right, guys, I'm going to go fap. Good night.
Hell yeah, man. I love that.
Anyway, I haven't
You guys ever do group sessions?
Dude, no. If we want to do group sessions of us getting fucked, we just play the markets, and it does it for us.
Ah, there you go. All right, fair enough.
How long have you traded?
This is coming on the end of my first year of actually taking it seriously.
Oh, nice. So you're a millionaire already then?
Billionaire, dude. Come on.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Respect my name.
Warily. What does that even mean?
Weary, cautious.
Okay. I see that.
Yeah, I keep my chicken choking to myself. I can't let that get out.
Or you don't choke the chicken. You're a trader. You're disciplined. You don't. None of us do.
Oh man, that's how I
the-
stay disciplined. You gotta choke that shit 5-6 times a day, dude.
Yeah, man. It's rookie numbers. You got to get those numbers up.
Oh, those are minimums. That's back when I started. And I started trading this shit. My testosterone level just went through the fucking roof.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that would have been a 3-1. Oh, interesting. I'm just like back testing right now. A bunch of shit. Yeah. So you trade mostly S&P, or what do you trade?
I started with crypto, and lately, this past like 3 months or so, I've just been having a much more enjoyment for trading legacy markets. So yes, also CL a little bit lately, and then right now I'm just trying to dial in like an understanding of correlations.
Oh, nice.
I'm got started in NFTs, and now I'm in legacy. That's my I'm that guy.
You got some render tokens, yo?
Somewhat. Oh, I don't trade spot. I don't trade spot.
Okay.
Crypto. I thought you were in crypto.
So
Numbers.
Yeah.
So is the options market for your strategy too illiquid, or?
No, it's not too illiquid, but modeling is an absolute pain in the ass, especially with the number of feeds which you have to aggregate into a consolidated feed. I don't have the resources. That's my issue with equities. With futures and spot currencies, you can run a lean team for primarily 2 reasons. First and foremost, with futures, you have a centralized exchange. And currencies, even though there's not quote unquote a centralized exchange, having access to the interbank market, both of those are congruent with liquidity. You don't have issues really on future indices primarily, and spot currencies with execution. Partial fills are almost never an issue. However, going into equities and options, well, partial fills are awfully common. You don't have the leverage which you would prefer. And this is corollary to options. When you end up with partial fills, that drastically skews your trade expectancy. I would need 7 or 8 more people working with me solely doing equities and options versus right now, I can have 4 others working on futures and spot currencies, and we can run really well together. I would need a team of 10 or 12 people if I was seriously going to consider options or equities. It's a different game. Oh my God.
I was under the impression you're already looking at options.
No, I don't even bother with it. It's not really worth my while. There's too many intricacies and nuances to run a lean team with having options exposure. Also, with my current drawdowns, I really don't want to change the volatility skew I have in my existing portfolio of assets being traded. It's the other issue. My peak equity drawdown is exceptionally small when I'm trading 10, 13, 15 different assets / instruments. Once you go to an individual instrument basis, drawdowns are slightly larger, but still relatively small and significantly outperforming indices. With options, if I needed to hedge, I would say yes, but there really isn't much of a need to hedge, primarily due to one reason and one reason only. All my positions are closed by cash, conclusion of cash session. So MOC orders primarily about 83% of the time. Orders for most futures products are MOC. brief aside. I fucking love chicken, but granted, I eat it 3 meals a day, so whatever.
Your average hold time of a trade is what? 30 minutes, you said?
3.5 to 4 hours.
3.5 to 4 hours, okay.
Not all too, and the benefit being slippage has a minimal effect on models expectancy when we're looking at a hold time with an average duration of such. I want to say average P&L on NASDAQ per position is 7 to 0.8%. So if we have 4 ticks of slippage, whatever, 6 ticks of slippage, fuck it. Correction, I was wrong. Sorry. Average winning trade on NASDAQ is 0.9%. Average losing trade is 0.54%. Average winning trade hold time is 5 hours. Average trade losing time is 2 hours and 53 minutes since 2019. And 83% of the positions are closed in the past 4 years with MOC orders. So it's 83% temporal.
So you're closing with MOC orders?
83% of occasions, yeah. Is as position size scales up, the benefit of MOC orders, I mean, even with entries on NASDAQ, if anyone's telling you they're trading 10 lots of NASDAQ and not seeing at least 1 or 2 ticks of slippage, they're full of shit. And I know for a fact they aren't trading 10 lots on NASDAQ. And if you're scaling that up to 50 lots, 80 lots, 100 lots, you're going to be looking for an entry price plus or minus, or entry price with an offset of, let's say, 3 ticks plus or minus. And then same thing with exit. And the benefit of exit while doing, let's say, stop limiting out / doing a market if touched, whatever, iceberg, is you can set that order as an MOC with a plus or minus acceptable range of 3 or 4 ticks, and you're guaranteed to fill around that range essentially, especially with MOC when you have all the orders going through. It's absolutely fantastic. But yeah, anyone that says they're trading even 10 lots of NASDAQ but don't incur slippage, they're full of shit. Oh, where's Risky when I need him? And also, 10 lots of NQ, you can make a shit ton of money.
On NASDAQ this year, for sure.
Because I look at how large our stop loss values, but
oh yeah, so how many points is it on NQ, for example?
Our average take profit with the current price of NASDAQ, our win rate is 48%, but the average winning trade is 0.9%, or roughly 145 points, 140 points, depending on the circumstance. So 140 / 145 points, give or take, is the average winning trade, or about $2,800 per trade is average per lot. So average losing trade is about minus 80 points is the average losing trade. or 1600. Yeah, so minus 1600, give or take, and about plus 2900 on winning trades per contract. Thus, if you're trading 10 lots, you're going to have P&L swings of those days of minus 16,000 plus 29,000 when it averages out. That's why I say you can make a shit ton of money trading 10 lots of NASDAQ. And you can lose a lot of money too. But
Yeah, for sure. So right now you would be risking like 4 standard rotations, basically.
I have no idea what a standard rotation is.
Right now, like 20 points.
I
Around 20
guess.
points.
Few things are better than pan-fried chicken with some grated Parmigiano Reggiano. Oh my God. You have some crispiness, it's juicy, umami. It's everything. It's great. I love chicken. If someone doesn't enjoy chicken breast, they're doing it wrong.
Amen to that, man. Reggiano, amazing. Chicken,
Oh, yeah.
amazing. Alfredo, best shit ever created for pasta. Had some yesterday.
I would say, yeah, that is good. However, if I'm having carbs, it's always going to be pizza. I fucking love carbs.
Oh, are you like a gym buff? Do you like work out and watch your macros and stuff?
Not really. Well, my diet's pretty much straight protein, not all too much else. I feel best doing such, but I also, this is what I do for a living, but I also cycle 2.5 hours a day and lift. Prioritize progressive overload every single day too.
Beauty.
The reason why I don't recommend anyone really eat how I eat, because breakfast, lunch, and dinner is literally a pound of chicken at breakfast, pound of chicken at lunch, pound of chicken at dinner. And my snack, I love Greek yogurt, 0%. I go through 2 tubs of 0% Greek yogurt per day, about 2 to 3 pounds of
Do you have
fruit.
cottage cheese too?
Good culture, occasionally. I prefer Greek yogurt though.
Oh yeah, cottage cheese and good Greek yogurt. You're eating right, man. You are doing it right.
And then if I'm going to, Detroit style pizza. My issue is, most days I'm sitting around 4,500, 5,000 calories a day because of primarily cycling. Cycling for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And anyone that wants to fucking disagree with it, good luck. But my zone 2 is often, my zone 2.
Yeah, just make sure, because I used to cycle a lot. I used to have, what do you call it? Like, from sitting on the chair all day, I'd get sore. So I tried to get a more comfortable chair, and I never figured out a way to deal with that. I'd just be like super sore sometimes.
I've never had that issue.
Really? Do you wear like those pants with the pads at the, because I know some of my cycling friends were doing that. They're wearing like these pads on their shorts.
Cycling bit, cycling
Okay,
bits.
you wear those.
The thing is, I
So
also,
those help, huh?
well, yeah, but the thing is, when I say with a Zwift bike I use, it's identical to the seat I have. Well, pretty identical to the seat I have on my actual road bikes. In the summers, I race competitively at the national level, and that's mainly why I'm cycling 14 to 16 hours a week. I also enjoy it, but indoor structured training, my zone 2 is 900 to 950 calories an hour in zone 2, and I can hold that for about 4 to 6 hours if necessary, if I'm fueling properly. And anyone can disagree with that, but power data is the most accurate representation of calories burned. So you can try to disagree with it. Good fucking luck, because my power meters are all accurate. That's primarily why I'm going through about 4,500 to 5,000 calories a day to maintain my weight. Is I'm burning about 2,000 to 2,400 calories a day cycling alone. And that's not based on Apple Watch. Apple Watch horribly overestimates everything.
I didn't know that. I have a friend that's really into running, so I'll tell her this. She's really cool. She does like she didn't even know what zone 2 was, so I sent her an article about it. Yeah. And she runs like every week. Since she just never heard of it.
Interesting. I mean, I would say for the average person, if they only do it for sheer enjoyment and they don't particularly have training objectives, then zone 2, it's not all too important. Do it for the pleasure of it. And I genuinely.
Zone 2 is ideal, right? Because zone 3 is just you're gonna overwork yourself and you're not gonna get better at aerobic exercise. Like zone 2 is what you want to get.
Well, it depends on what model with which you're working. There's the traditional 3-zone model, then there's a 5-zone model, and then there's a 7-zone model. That's one of the issues when people say zone 3. Well, what zone model are you speaking? Because in a 5-zone model, I usually consider most of zone 3 pretty much junk miles. With cycling, a 5-zone mile, zone 1, I fucking hate, waste of time. Zone 2, hold that for 3 hours, throw on a movie or something. And I'm often doing work on Zoom calls when I'm doing zone 2 anyhow. But zone 3, it's an odd region where you're sitting below your lactate threshold, but you can hold for an hour, and it's not VO2. Zone 4 is going to put you at lactic threshold, which you can hold for an hour. You'll see a benefit for that. Zone 5 being VO2 max, a pace at which you can hold for about 6 minutes. And if you're running the 7-zone model, you're going to be looking at neuromusculature, and that's going to be technically your zone 6, 7. Is primarily neuromusculature, which you can hold for maybe 1 to 3 minutes. But yeah, zone 2 is pretty consistent across a 5-zone and 7-zone model, where it's a pace that you should be able to hold for 4 hours or so.
Do you still have that article on zone 2? Because I've been running like 3 or 4 days a week for probably 8 years, and I have no idea what the hell that is.
They're named articles.
Yeah, I can find it. It's like how to avoid. It's like here. Let me send it to you. Zone here. I have it on my phone. Because it's like a certain level of effort where you're running hard, but you're not running super super hard, and you basically get into this certain flow. I'm sure you intuitively know what it is. It's like when you're not like sprinting, but you're kind of like jogging at a comfortable pace, and after a while you kind of get into the groove. It's sort of like that.
Okay.
They recommend you run at that. Yeah, it's like they recommend you run at that for the longest time.
I see.
The Fitbit watches and stuff. Yeah, they help you. It's like a thing. Here, let me see it on the chat.
If it's not a pace you can hold for about 3 to 4 hours, or what you could run a marathon, it's probably not your zone 2.
Okay. That's like ideal pace to be running at is zone 2. Just hold that the entire time.
Not necessarily. I wouldn't say. It depends on your objectives. It really does. If you look at almost all the clinical literature, primarily zone 2 is going to have the greatest benefit for longevity and health and well-being. However, if you have specific training purposes, well, that's where a multi-zonal model is of benefit, because someone that only remains in zone 2, they are not going to have the ability to exceed that all too well, since they are not trained. But For 99% of the population, well, yeah, zone 2 is fucking fantastic. Oh, I will say the only issue with zone 2, though, is most people's zone 2 is about, let's say the average male. I would say most people's zone 2 is about 350 to 400 calories an hour. And if you're going to go in and say, I have an hour to do cardio and I want to burn calories, well, there are better ways. I would recommend you exert yourself more if you're looking to burn more calories and you only have 40 minutes. Doing 40 minutes is zone 2. You might as well do it for 25, 30 minutes to see the same benefit. Once you start going over 60 minutes of zone 2, you begin to incur more physiological adaptations, primarily due to zone 2. You can measure zone 2 based on lactate thresholds, but zone 2 primarily functions through fat oxidation versus glycolysis. And you see the benefit. If you're doing 20 to 40 minutes, the benefit is about the same based on clinical literature. Once you start going over 60 minutes, that's where you start to see a pretty precipitous increase in individuals' VO2 max or their ability to use oxygen. So if you have limited time and your objectives to burn calories, I would not necessarily say zone 2. If you're only doing it for health and well-being, yeah, fucking right, stay in zone 2. Fantastic.
Let's see. You said something about fat oxidation. This is a lot of words from me. I'm not a very smart guy, but I run fasted. So would that be an issue with trying to hold zone 2 if it operates off of glucose and fat oxidation, which is what I think I said.
No, zone 2, you should not be in a state of glycolysis or using glycogen. True zone 2 is primarily functioning through fat oxidation or pretty much lipolysis. That should not be an issue whatsoever. Someone should be able to hold zone 2 regardless. However, if you were, let's say, in a 7-zone model and doing a lot of threshold work or neuromusculature work, well, yeah, being in a fasted state is definitely detrimental. But zone 2, you're fine. It should not be problematic whatsoever.
Okay. Now I see the article speculator. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
I hate fasting though.
I love it. I feel like shit if I eat throughout the day. I eat one big meal at the end of the day and I'm good.
Oh, mad. Yes.
That's good. You guys do intermittent fasting? Because I do that every day pretty much. I swear by it. The 16-8 hour window.
Fuck, my eating window is between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. and I don't eat any time around that, only water.
Yeah,
That's good. That's actually really good. Do you have tea and coffee? Because those technically don't break fasts. If there's sugar added.
No, I don't drink coffee, and I only have tea I have 1 cup with dinner. That's it.
Okay. Wow, you're very serious about this, man.
I think it's just a body thing. I started doing it when I was in high school wrestling, and I never looked back because I just feel like shit when I eat throughout the day. I feel tired. I don't want to get anything done, so I'm just saving for the end of the day.
Yeah, I definitely find after lunch, because lunch is my first meal of the day at 12, I'm kind of sloggy for the rest of the day.
But what are you often eating though for lunch? Because that is largely dependent upon dietary habits with how you're feeling middle of the day.
Yeah, I find when I have a lot of like bread, I get really tired. But if I have a lot of pasta, I'm good. Pasta and chicken or spaghetti and meat is fine. But if I have let's say I have cold cut sandwiches, that's going to make me tired. I think it's the bread. You know what I mean?
No, both of them are simple carbohydrates. I think it's primarily the medium through which you're eating it. I'm assuming if you're having pasta, it is going to have. If you're consuming straight pasta, is there often a sauce on it or no?
Yes.
Okay, that's going to alter the glycemic index and slow digestion of it, which is most likely why with pasta you are all right. Versus if you're consuming, let's say, straight carbs, you might have that feeling after the fact due to the glycemic index being higher, thus seeing a slightly more abrupt increase in A1C levels. I feel best having 90% of my diet being straight protein. I can really eat whatever the fuck I want. However, The occasions where I do consume more carbohydrates, I feel great. But that's because that's maybe once a week, once every 2 weeks, where I go out and pretty much eat an entire pizza to myself with a group of people. But I feel fantastic after that. However, doing that every day, well, I won't gain weight. However, I won't feel great. And it's about primarily finding a diet which is complementary to your existing body or to what you respond to best. And most people don't enjoy a 6 to 8 month process of determining to what foods their body responds best. Because it does take that long.
All right. So anything interesting happening in trading now?
I don't know. Simply said, eat to fuel your body and everything in moderation. That's particularly what I'm a proponent. There's no one food that is bad, which is why anything in moderation, it all serves its purpose. Sole objective, caloric maintenance or slight caloric deficit. For most people, it would be golden. Oh, whoops. I'll be back in a moment. Need to go grab another drink. Ugh. Round two. Is everyone's trading going relatively well today?
Harvey had a banger. I'm not trading today. Probably on Friday. Did my taxes earlier. And then prep for today.
Oh shit! Oh, okay, good.
Oh,
Fuck.
I didn't even watch what did the inventory save? What the well news? Oh, it's coming, right? And it's already out, right? All inventories are okay.
Headhunters are the best and the worst people at the same time.
I don't know. The ones that contact me on LinkedIn want to do a job I've never trained for, nor do I have any expertise in it. I don't know. To me, at least, it seems like they're getting desperate.
I would say, in many circumstances, a good headhunter will be honest with you, but many will facilitate introductions and conversations, and you'll be two conversations into an interview process with one remaining. And then they inform you, oh, wait, you're interviewing for this position. Wait, what the fuck? The headhunter said something completely else. Why are you doing it? Because, for example, I can say that for it's improbable that I will end up there now after one of my conversations yesterday, but Tower Research, they're one of the largest and best high frequency trading groups. They have a new asset management division called Tower Research Asset Management. And Tram has, I think, 6 billion AUM on the asset management side. Headhunter was explicitly stated, oh, well, you'll be on the asset management side. 2 conversations and, oh, yes, we're excited for you to join Tower Research. And it's Tower Research Asset Management. No, Tower Research. So you're going to put me on the HFT side, and I'm already at a larger high-frequency trading firm doing mid-frequency shit. I don't want to deal with your risk managers on the HFT side if you allow me to manage, if you allow my strategies to be managed by risk for Tower Research Asset Management versus the HFT division. That's fucking fine. But I was told by the headhunter I'm going to be on the asset management side versus the HFT. I'm not going to another HFT. HFTs are, even I can say definitively, the largest players in HFT. It's an absolute shit show. Even there. The people are fantastic. They're great. But from a management perspective, oh yeah, we have a head count on the HFT side of 2,000 people. It's still a shit show.
Yeah, well.
Everyone looks at the large HFT shops and thinks, oh, everything is probably really well organized. Oh, God, no. There's money to burn because of how well many of the teams perform on our security side. The top teams are running infrastructure costs of $2 million to $3 million per month. And these teams are 12 people. And that's their infrastructure cost per month. But yeah, managerial, it's not pleasant. Mid-frequency does not align with any HFT firms. And that's largely due to the risk division. Risk managers, the risk tolerance for HFT versus mid-frequency is completely different. Which is unfortunate, but oh well. Speaking of messages, dear blank, my name is Jack, and I've worked in the space of moving talented quants and engineers into a lot of top-tier trading shops and hedge funds. One of my clients, blank, are a prop firm. I've never even heard of this firm. Headquartered in Chicago with offices in Miami and New York, who focus solely on futures HFT. Well, fuck that. I specifically say a mid-frequency. The roles I have in mind will have the opportunity to work on expanding and optimizing current futures trading opportunities besides who the fuck is the person? Who's one of the market's best HFT quants. Okay, cool. Oh shit. This guy definitely knows. Ah, cool. Okay. I might simply say I want to speak to this guy for the purpose of we have several of the same connections and points of contact. I just want to speak with this guy. Cool. Okay. Also, let's do a hot take since I usually do one hot take a day. Pretty much anyone on YouTube that claims to be successful for the most part, that doesn't end up going institutional side. I mean, it takes a couple years to build a track record, but that has had extensive success, quote unquote, retail that doesn't end up on the institutional side. I do start to question that a bit more than I would have in the past.
Well, let's play the devil's advocate. If you really get good through, I don't know, trial and error, hard
Okay.
work, bit of sweat, but you don't have the educational background, so you lack a degree in finance or...
I don't have a degree in finance.
Yeah, but you got a degree in what? Data science? Or...
Nope. My degrees, my majors were a dual combined major of applied mathematics and
yeah, come on.
Applied mathematics. It was primarily the emphasis was on the philosophy in applied mathematics, and then minors in econ, history, and Swedish. And then granted, grad programs were slightly different. However, if you're running a good P&L with a fantastic risk-adjusted returns, most firms don't give a flying fuck if you have a non-traditional background. They really don't. If you're applying without a track record, you need the accolades.
You need to hire you for a reason, right?
Yeah, and if you have phenomenal risk-adjusted returns that they will onboard you because the risk to reward is readily present if you have fantastic risk-adjusted returns doing it for a couple of years yourself. But most people applying to these positions as quant traders, quant researchers, or even in some situations, execution traders, whatever you want, many of them don't have a track record to prove that they're able to accomplish what is stated. If you have a track record of several years of superb risk-adjusted returns, find a good headhunter, work with them, and you'll be placed at a firm, probably making a base of 150 to 200 with a 30 to 40% P&L split with significantly more money in play. That's why I question it is if people claim they have a 5-year track record of fantastic risk-adjusted returns, why the fuck would you not go to a more traditional prop shop, which allows you to work remotely from your home, and they'll throw $15 to $20 million at you, or you'll be generating $5 to $6 million in P&L a year. You don't need a degree. You don't need this or that. What they seek is literally proof of superb risk-adjusted returns, and go from there. Discretionary is starting to become slightly more complicated, but there are definitely firms backing discretionary traders still. However, if you're applying for a quant researcher or quant trader role, you've never developed any of your own algorithms, you don't have proof at scale, well, yeah, they're going to tell you to fuck off. You're wasting their time because you don't have a degree. However, if you don't have a degree in a desired field, but you have 2 to 3 years of outstanding risk-adjusted returns, almost every firm is willing to take a 6 to 12 month. They are willing to incur a 6 to 12 month period for you to validate yourself. That's why I said hot take. A bunch of the people on YouTube claim they've been doing this for a while, and it's, well, I don't want to deal with the bureaucracy of institutional trading. It's okay. You would be pretty much, if you're successful, you probably would be fully siloed. They would give you a clearing account login. It literally is. Most of these firms are going to have, let me use a generic clearinghouse, Marex. Marex is one of the larger clearinghouses for many HFT firms and, HFT / futures shops. Marex is their clearinghouse. Marex has connections into trading technology, CQG, almost every single platform. Therefore, you could be still trading from your house. You'll be in contact 2 to 3 times a week with their risk manager / the head of trading, remaining up to date. As long as everything's going well, they will continue backing you. And you'll have a P&L split, significantly more money with which you can trade. It's no different than as if you were primarily trading your own accounts, besides the fact you're not risking any of your own money. And that's the guise of, oh, well, Apex is a prop trading firm. That's not a fucking prop trading firm. It's the closest legal equivalent to a Ponzi scheme. I'm not saying it's problematic, but the reason I refer to it as the closest legal equivalent to a Ponzi scheme is 96, 97% of people never make it to a fully funded account and receive a payout. All those other individuals are practically subsidizing the individuals which are being paid out until they have a 4-month period where they then transition to a live account if you read the terms and conditions. If you're trading with Apex, you're not transitioned to an actual quote-unquote live account until 4 months in. Well, who the fuck's paying your P&L? Well, that's the 96% that never pass and pay the monthly subscription fee. They then pass the combine. They pay the $100 or $150 per account. Per month, or the lifetime activation, I don't know. Those are the people funding you.
Thanks.
What?
Yeah, I've taken payouts from Apex.
For shits and giggles, before I transitioned to my existing firm, I ran Apex. I received payouts. I received 2 payouts before because everything was automated.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do automated on Apex. I know.
What?
You're not allowed to run an automated system on Apex, right?
They don't know.
No, of course they don't know. And I guess the fills you would get are pretty awesome on Sim, right? I mean, you can abuse
the main benefit is Rhythmic's matching engine is actually pretty accurate. Rhythmic has a very accurate matching engine for simulated versus live environment. But here's the benefit. You don't affect the market when you're in a sim account. And if you're trading 20 accounts with a copy trader, with 10 lots per account, there's 200 lots of exposure or 40 million notional exposure. If you wanted, you could fucking scalp that and have no market effect. No one's going to stop hunt you. No one's going to do this or that. And when I say stop hunt, it's more searching for liquidity. When you have a tighter stop loss, there is liquidity seeking. Your stop loss is not on the book. However, lower time frames, price movements more erratic. You're more likely, if you're running a particularly tight stop, to be stopped out. In a sim account, you're not having any real market effect. Even though the matching engine is accurate, I mean, it's fucking phenomenal. It's far from the truth, but if you're a successful trader with automated strategies, the main issue is end of day drawdown. That's what becomes a little bit more complicated for systematic automated strategies. Because almost every systematic automated strategy I know, through most friends, you have a larger stop loss. And that's problematic with Apex. So, yeah, but I've received payouts from Apex. But who the fuck is subsidizing those payouts? That's not a real live account. It's the people that are buying the monthly subscriptions that pass the combine, pay the fee. It's the closest legal equivalent to a Ponzi scheme. It's a great fucking business model.
It is.
Oh shit, this woman's hot. Is her account verified? Is she a catfish? Is she not a catfish? I don't know. I also think that for people that have improving profitability, the combine accounts are absolutely fantastic because you have limited downside risk. You have defined downside as practically purchasing a call option on your upside. For $40 a month, if you purchase it on sale, or fuck, $16 a month with a 90% off sale, which will then go to $32 a month once it returns to the 80% renewal. For $33 a month, you can have proof of concept with limited downside risk at $32 a month. And then what's your upside? You pass the account, you make, then you pay the $100 activation fee, transition to a quote unquote live account. Great. Your cost is now $133 all in, give or take, whatever. Let's just say 200, make numbers round. And your first payout could be $2,500. Risk to reward on that's fucking fantastic. You're looking at a 10 to 1. And if it continues going well, you might be looking at a 1,000 to 1. Or let's not say 1,000 to 1. Let's just say 100 to 1. If it starts going well over the course of a 6 or 8 month period, you don't have that type of risk to reward anywhere in trading. So if someone doesn't have a fully proven strategy, oh, fucking fantastic. Your downside.
Harvey, you still here?
My toxic trait.
Yeah, I think so. Check. Am I here?
Yeah. Are you here? I mean, are you there like in the markets? Are you trading?
No.
Yeah.
You're still trading.
Well, no, I stand here all fucking day. What do you mean trading? No, I don't push the button. I'm kind of waiting on crude, but it didn't come back enough for me. And then Nvidia's kind of just doing a down rip. I've always been interested in a theory of like these pre-market, I call them liquidity spikes. They don't even have to be pre-market, but there's like these liquidity spikes that happen and they're on a really tight time frame usually. Like if you go too far out, you probably won't even see it. But I've always been curious about how that and why that works. So it's kind of like 50% down on that big RAM jam that it did. Right? If you look at Microsoft, it's like it came down 50% of that RAM jam. Now it is a technical level that it came down to, but I mean, it's still like it. I don't know. I always thought that was kind of interesting, so I was working on that, and then bonds have fallen off a cliff here, but they're actually rebounding a bit. The yields have stopped climbing at like a critical, just at the right enough not to do anything more kind of spot in a technical fucking world, right? So they came up short, which is extremely interesting again. And then I'm actually kind of eyeballing a long for the Japanese yen, which might be the actual trade because it's not going to
Gotcha.
fucking close. Well, it's not going to close over this whole bullshit, right? It's
I
going to stay open
wouldn't.
the whole time throughout all this. Thanksgiving is nothing to nobody except for these fucking Americans, right? Like Fat Cat asked me, he goes, "Are you going to celebrate Thanksgiving?" And I was like, "We already did it like halfway through October." Right? And he's
Yeah,
like,
man.
"What?" He didn't even, he was like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Yeah, we don't have the same Thanksgiving. Like we never, it wasn't a holiday here. It's not a holiday here." And I can get it, like, cause all these, these European guys, they're probably just looking at us, shaking their heads, going, "What the fuck are you talking about closed? Like nothing's closed."
Hmm.
Oh, I think the
Yeah,
end
it's
is
weird. Weird how that-
yeah, it is kind of weird once you get your head wrapped around it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we had Thanksgiving in October 1st.
Yeah. You have it on the first?
Mm.
We have it like, I think it's
Erntedankfest.
like the second weekend or whatever, second week. I think it's something like that for us. Interesting.
Then again, how many holidays do my American fellows here get per year? Like 4 or 5 days max? But you got
Oh,
Independence
usually,
Day,
right?
Thanksgiving, President Day, I believe, right? That's about it. So yeah.
No, I got it. I'm Googling it right now. Well, we can start with which country has the highest number, and that's Nepal.
Yeah, well. The air is so thin. Nobody likes to work there, I guess.
Sign me up.
Everyone's yapping.
There you go. So, see what you got me looking at in the middle of the fucking right, and I'm gonna miss a trade here, and I'm gonna be
You've already
Just
made your
don't
money
look at
today.
it, man. You want to focus.
not
You know,
enough, not enough, not enough.
there's a lot of legs to these moves. Interesting.
United States 6 to 11.
Oh, okay.
That's a pretty big swing. Oh no, there's 9 to 15 here in Switzerland. And the top is like a lot, like 35, 32. Iran has 26 holidays. Egypt has 22 holidays. Look at
Holy
Chia.
moly.
It's got
Oh yeah, because
19 to
dude,
25.
dude,
Oh no,
they have
sorry.
religious
well,
holidays. That's why.
Yeah, they must
Yeah.
also,
That's why.
right? Hong Kong has 17, right?
They won. Let's
Iceland has 16. 16 for Iceland. Greece has 15. Romania 15. Slovakia 15.
Where's Germany at? We should be at like 20.
The fucking list, I've got it. Here, I'll do it like that then. Yeah, how about that? I was like, it's not in. It was in highest to lowest. Germany 10 to 13.
Nah, that's not. Yeah, well, probably because of the different regions.
Right, and then it was Canada was 10 to 11, depending on jurisdiction. Right, so again, yeah, like our different provinces. Probably have different ones, right? But anyway. Oh, look at that. The market didn't do anything. Well, we're getting close here. We got 8 minutes to go. Before we got that London close, right? So we're gonna watch that. Bonds have kind of tabletopping here, and they could kind of, but they're not going to, right? Because they're bonds. I wouldn't really see a lot of magic happening in the bonds. So whatever's happened has happened. Now the question would be, if we zoom out a bit, don't get out of your 5-second chart, have we come down enough for the bonds to be okay with it all? Or did we make a top right now? Like, take a look around the board here. Is this the fucking top? Right? Like, we could be at the top, right? Because in my opinion, where was it? We'll go to this 1 hour. No, 1 hour is not deep enough. 2 hour chart. The NQ completed its job. Right? And that may be enough. We don't have to have them all complete the job. And they've all completed their short-term job in a sense, right? Well, it's still kind of fighting it.
I don't know if we see such a low volume top though.
Well, no, tomorrow, right? Like, well, yeah, I don't know. Tomorrow is a holiday, so this could accelerate into the close, and then you'll never see it again. It could be optimistic, but it looks pretty sharp. If you look at, yeah, even if we look at a daily candle right now. So do you think we're going to go back up to the top or sideways or down, right, from here? And that's the way, if you look at it, we are just, making this really huge flag thingy, right? And the only thing giving us bull would be Dow, really. Russell is actually kind of somewhat frowning on the, the tighter coil, like us is coiling tighter. Yeah, like we're gonna get a decision here at some point, right? Obviously.
Yeah, the decision is imminent.
Speculation of higher or lower, but Nvidia seems to be holding. So whatever that bad earnings was, or whatever it was, that's it. It was only a $20 drawdown, which they make that back in a day, probably. If they go to a wide enough chart, I bet you can get that back in a day.
Yeah.
Right? Like right there on the 10th.
Yeah,
Friday the 10th. Boom. That's more than $2.
Yeah, this was just classic sell the news. Probably.
Right. And it took support there on that other section of time from the 9th. Right? If you look at that support. So if it holds here, that's pretty reasonable, right? Now we should probably take a look at our I was trying to look at this XVG chart, but I can't get it to come up. But we should probably look at our SMH. I'll go to a 3-pack.
Let's have everyone's take on this. Does anyone think Nvidia is overpriced?
Oh, that's a tough one. Not with future guidance or whatever.
There's many factors, right? But if you look at so Chow had a pretty good take on that. In regards to the products they develop, or software-wise, because the software is tied to the hardware, right?
Yeah.
It's actually not necessarily overpriced.
I don't think it is whatsoever. In the past, I would have said yes, but if you look at how large language models have developed, almost the entire industry is dependent on not only now their GPUs, but it's starting to be CPUs because they now have their Grasshopper H200 chipset, which is integrated and specialized for large language models, ML, and CUDA being an extension of PyTorch, used to accelerate large language models and learning. They have a moat in the market. There is not even, AMD isn't close to anything. They have almost complete market share for large language models and deep learning purposes.
Yeah, but when that changes, and If it changes, okay, I grant you that. But when it changes, they might be a little bit overpriced, depending. Yeah, well, the problem probably is, of course, everyone by then is deeply into their.
Everyone is already
Software
deeply into it. That's part of the issue because you have the benefit of being able to leverage CUDA cores. Let's say closest competitor right now, in terms of retail versus what you're seeing. Yeah, there isn't even a close competitor for the enterprise level solution. AMD's dog shit. It can't do what the cards do. And then you have the benefit of leveraging CUDA cores, part of the language associated with that. You have an entire ecosystem integrated into it. It's similar to what Apple has done. You're integrated into the Apple ecosystem versus that's why a lot of people don't leave. Once you're integrated into the NVIDIA ecosystem, and they're innovating every year, every 6 months, you're seeing a significant increase in large language model performance compared to the baseline A100 GPUs. Ooh, that would be a several-year transition for anyone else to even be competitive. So for the foreseeable future, I'm not seeing it as overpriced.
I think IBM might be able to challenge them of all the competitors.
Why IBM?
Because they have the North Pole chip. Isn't that a machine learning chip not based on, but with language models?
It's not being used. It's not nearly as ubiquitous right now as what NVIDIA has done. Also, the efficiency of the NVIDIA Grasshopper chips in house and integrated silicon. Yeah, I really do think it's. If you already have the majority of your ecosystem in NVIDIA with graphics cards, it integrates very well into Grasshopper. You'd rather have uniformity across your GPUs and CPUs, particularly ones that are intended for large language models. IBM's is primarily AI based. NVIDIA is entirely targeted large language models. If you look at a lot of their discussions regarding their Grasshopper 200, the new CPU, integrated CPU for large language models, that's their target demographic. They know exactly what they want and need and how aggressively that market is going to grow. They have a moat for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, okay, but I think IBM will have something to say about that, though. I haven't really deep dived the whole.
Part of the issue, though, is IBM is then going to have to start creating a comprehensive solution, a comprehensive enterprise solution for firms. If someone is placing an order for NVIDIA H200 GPUs, well, they're given priority for the Grasshopper 200, and that's a tried and true solution where they can use the existing infrastructure to transition into the Grasshopper 200 CPUs versus having to troubleshoot much of the IBM issues. That's why I say it's a moat, because most firms, if with NVIDIA continuing to innovate and lead the sector, the only reason why they would transition to IBM is because they're not able to source or secure chips from NVIDIA. IBM, for the foreseeable future, would be an alternative to NVIDIA's CPUs / Grasshopper 200 chipset versus a substitution. I don't think there's any substitution for what NVIDIA has. There's alternatives, but they are not direct substitutions. There's going to be compromise associated with it.
Yeah, of course.
Hey,
The
sorry.
software.
Are you guys
No,
done
no.
or no?
Yeah.
Well, I was just, what about that Altman guy? He went back to OpenAI now or something. What a drama thing that is.
Um,
Is that something? Did I read that right?
yeah, I would agree. I mean, that had pretty. I
There's a
understand.
good thread on Hackers Forum.
I understand why they asked him to leave. Most definitely, based on some friends that work there. Everything else, there was misalignment about. There was complete misalignment of values.
Yeah, but they
But
asked
they
him to come back now. Did you not
because
read that
they
part? Oh,
because they knew they were about to lose hundreds of engineers.
they were fucked. They were fucked. Yeah. Okay. Microsoft was willing to drop everything and pick him up, man. It was like a baseball fucking trade thing.
Well, why wouldn't you? He's practically the godfather of AI at this point.
Yeah, he can godfather me on the waiting list, though, man.
Okay, the thing is, you were late to the party by 6 or 7 months, so you have every right to be waitlisted.
Come on. I'm not taking up any considerable space or computing power.
I have 3 accounts. Don't mind me.
Yeah, you probably got an enterprise account, right?
No, I don't. They never responded to my enterprise inquiry, so oh well.
So you think I could actually work out some edge with 4.0?
With what?
GPT-4?
With which, the basic model, or I mean, I don't know if the standard has. I don't think it has the data analysis integrated, or does it? Can you upload CSV files to the regular?
I think with Plus I've got access to the advanced data analysis module.
Oh yeah, you should with Plus, most definitely. But you said you're waitlisted for that.
Yeah, I'm on the wait list.
Oh, okay.
But I've got some ideas and I've already got the data.
Well, the thing is, you have access. You can create an API account and then deposit $10 into it. Use the GPT-4 sandbox, GPT-4 Turbo sandbox, and upload all your documents. Have a conversation with that. That's another option. But I think ultimately it's going to be slightly more expensive that route because you're using tokens to generate your responses versus the quote unquote standard. GPT-4 plus, or sorry, ChatGPT plus.
Bonds are rebounding. We should get a pullback and then maybe some upward pressure.
Oh boy, large group right today.
Where's gold? Let's try it up. Yellow brick road. Semiconductors just running sideways. And there's a little 30.
So numbers, what you sent me, the Ornstein-Uhlenbeck process.
Yeah.
That's as far as I can tell, that's mostly used for mean reverting
Yeah.
markets,
But
right?
use whatever feature you want to apply that. Doesn't have to be price. Whatever feature you want to throw in there. Maybe you want to take implied volatility. Maybe if you have historical implied volatility or historical delta, historical whatever, and you can use that for a mean reversion trade and play a directional bias on it. As a famous man once said, be a naughty boy. Be creative.
No.
Another guy said, if you're not breaking the rules, you're not trying.
Yeah, something like that. If you don't have it. Yeah,
I like that one. Who's
Just a buddy of mine. He's from Nebraska.
I like the saying less now. I'm just messing with you, man.
Oh boy. Oh. What time is it? Oh fuck, I'm on Eastern time now, not Mountain Standard Time. What the fuck? My friend rode 300 kilometers last week in one day. Jesus Christ. That's wild. Does anyone use dating apps for the purpose of that are younger? Use dating apps for the purpose of swiping, but really don't message people all too much, even if you have matches.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Oh,
found
for
it was tough
entertainment,
since I
just for
deleted it.
looking.
What?
Yeah, just window
for-
shopping.
Yeah, just looking.
Window shopping things you can't afford.
Oh no, but the thing is, are they matches? Well, yeah.
I mean, you get matches, and some of them are into you, but you're not really into them, and some of them you're into, and they're not into you. And honestly, I find you're gonna meet high quality people in real life, not on some apps.
Where in real
That's what I
life?
feel.
I don't have a life outside of Swift, the gym, and work. Where is this real
Maybe
life?
you should
of what
take
you
up
see?
social hobbies. Like I was really big into Latin dancing. I met a ton of people there, made a bunch of friends, then got invited to parties, and then met more people that way. That was good. Dancing is good. If you're into like running, maybe you can, or cycling, maybe you should join a cycling group. That's also really good. I know a lot of people running are into that. This girl I met, she's a big runner, so you can meet people there. A lot of fit people. You can talk to people at the gym, but that's kind of
Yeah, that's a no-go. I go there to train. I don't want to be interrupted unless they approach me. My number one rule is no one. I approach no one, even though I've had numerous women. I've met them outside of the gym. Oh, I was hoping you were going to approach me. It's no. I'm there to fucking train. Don't interrupt me. I'm there for one purpose and one purpose
Sigma
only.
male grind set. Let's go. Doesn't even see a woman. I love it.
I can
But yeah,
appreciate
you
it.
have to try, man. No woman, I mean, maybe for you, but for me, like usually women put zero effort, and that's just because they're, like that. And it's not personal. It's just they expect a guy in a lot of cases to do their thing. So you gotta join these social hobbies and meet them and, raise them up, take them back to your place and close the sale.
Well, that's why I have Tinder and Hinge. I offer to cook them dinner, and now that I'm single
Tell
again,
them you're rich. Tell them you're rich, you'll get plenty of matches.
yeah, that's not the demographic I want, because then they'll tell me, oh, I'm on birth control. And then turns out 3 months later, yeah, I poked a hole in your condom. Yeah, I'm not about that.
What was it? There was like a basketball player or something like that. He would have to take them out of the garbage. Or like he'd have to take them out of the hotel with him. Because they would do something
I
crazy
heard of
with
that.
it. Yeah.
I heard of that. I heard there was this girl. There's one. I think it was Drake or something. He fucked a girl. Had the
Yeah,
condom,
something.
he
Yeah.
put hot sauce into it so that it would kill the sperm. And then like 5 or 10 minutes later, the girl's like screaming in the washroom because she tried to like impregnate herself with it. And I'm
Oh,
like,
that's beautiful.
you
That's two
can't
for
make this shit
one
up.
right there.
There you go. Like first, you know what her intentions are. Second, it's like, come on,
Yeah, feel the
trying to get
burn.
ahead. Everybody's a leech, man. Just trying to get a fucking head, man. It's nuts out there.
Yeah, well, that's what this whole, making $1 million from from your bedroom, fucking, like, the whole mindset. That's where that whole mindset is, right?
Oh, that's what, in all honesty, that is one of my larger fears with. I trusted my ex, but I'm never going to do something similar again where she wasn't on birth control. And I always would use protection, but I'm sorry. I have way too much to fucking lose in that circumstance. A, I don't want kids. But B, all she would have to do is tell me, or poke a little hole in my condom.
Kids ever?
No. And then tell me, oh, I'm pregnant. We had discussions regarding abortions, this or that, and she was on the same page. But all that had to occur was would have to say is, well, I'm not happy with my circumstance in life. And I want to be entitled to, let's say, a couple $100,000 a year of free money. Well, all I have to do is bring a kid.
Couple of hundred. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, a couple $100,000 of free money for 18 years. All you'd have to do is say, oh, I'm pregnant. I'm not having an abortion. I am fucked. I'm paying that money every single year. Every single month.
Or you could raise a kid.
He's gonna take her for a
Wait,
walk and
I
push her in
gotta-
front of the
let me-
truck.
Yeah, like I'm gonna have to make another list here. We're gonna have to look up what is it called? Extradition countries.
I've looked at that.
What is the list? Please enlighten us.
Oh, you want me to do it, really?
Most Southeastern European countries, or so let's say Romania, Albania, Belarus, or if I were to go to Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan.
Countries with the U.S.
Yeah. Yeah, I already looked into this, but yeah, I have trust issues. I have too much to lose. Literally, it's.
Oh, there's some good spots.
And the thing is, I don't want to really deal with it. So here we are. And most guys, they don't have a huge amount to lose in the circumstance an accident occurs. But they still do, relatively speaking.
Your
But
fucking life, man.
What?
Your fucking life.
Well, yeah.
You gonna go pregnant at 20, you're fucked. That's everything.
Are you referring to the woman or the guy?
The guy, especially, but I guess the woman a little bit too. Although,
Well,
if she's not getting an abortion, she probably fucking wants it.
Yeah, I'm not saying because let's say they are dissatisfied with their quality of life, find a good partner, lie to them, they end up pregnant. If the partner that they find has resources, they're going to be making a couple $100,000 a year from child support, everything else, depending on how much the guy earns. That's enough to have a full-time living nanny and not have to deal with that kid whatsoever. Pay for private school, send them to boarding school. That's more than enough money to cover all those expenses and still be making $200,000-$300,000 a year after those expenses. And that covers your housing costs too. So you're still making several $100,000 a year after all your expenses are covered to support the kid. You don't even have to touch them. Let a nanny take care of them. Have them at a full-time daycare. Then,
Damn,
as they age, send them off to boarding school. Whoops, sorry, hot take, but fuck.
I think that's a pretty universally accepted take.
I'm not risking that shit. I did for 5 months and not going back to it. It's the first conversation I have.
Have you guys ever had to talk a girl into an abortion who originally was not gonna do it?
Nope. If I ever come to that, I'm fucking leaving this country.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
You've encountered that?
No, I haven't encountered that, but I'm worried that potentially I will one day.
Stay safe, my kings.
It's a cold world, man.
Yeah, it is. 1%.
All right, I'm heading out. See you guys.
I couldn't find the right fucking gift.
Gift for that. That's
First. Shit. All right, Spec's already gone. Oh. I couldn't find the right gift for that. Shit. Sorry to disappoint. It does this, the bigger the explosion's gonna be.
Are you breaking out now? Or not?
I don't know if you want to call that a breakout.
No.
It's quite a channel it's got driving on here. See, that upper gap jump is still good. Anything's just getting smaller. Yeah. The low node is still good. Yeah, it's run the whole curve. Draw if you wanted to. Yeah, very good. Texting. Pull out the oh, this one probably where's the thing? It's like it's okay. It's a breakout. It's a breakout in crude, and like the projected, where you're going to get into trouble would be 20 ticks, not even 15 ticks from here. So it could very well run up higher than that, but at this time of day, just don't know if it would. Because again, crude oil does not give a shit about fucking US Thanksgiving.
The volume might be lacking though.
Oh, I might still stick with this yen trade. Wonder what the time frame on that is. Like, what time is it in Japan, right? Like, are they done or what? It's a good look at the volume, right?
That's 2 o'clock at night
Yeah,
in the morning.
right. So would you kind of assume that oh yeah, that they're fucking not trading it?
It's not consistent. Hmm. Get this one.
Oh, crazy. So it's showing like just off volume. Oh, maybe it's all out to lunch. Just trying to, that is out to lunch. No mind. Well, that's not accurate. It's very interesting, actually. It's like the highest volumes at 10 in the morning and 1 p.m. I'm doing, well, this is just a visual back test, like 3 weeks or so. Just using volume. Go back even further. Yeah, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. 1 p.m. And that's my time, right? So that's Eastern. So 1 p.m. Eastern. So we still got an hour before that.
I think you could actually try to go long here.
It's getting kind of close. Now, yeah, oh fuck. The whole fucking what do you call it? You know, geopolitical politics fucking shit of it is the hard part. Like it could just fall right apart. This would be like, say, the way the bonds, if you look at the bonds, spike up, and then they just fall apart. Spike up, and fall apart. It's like an ETF, right? It's like they push it up so they can take the profits and push it up. Yeah. So again, I gotta start watching these products, or price action is price action, but it's a little different for every product. So I gotta, like, crude, the price action's kind of, when it's volatile, it's rammy, like it just rams up, like it doesn't really pause. It just goes boom, 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 and you're like, oh shit. And then when it wants to grind, it'll just sit there and grind. I guess that's the typical. What do all markets have in common? They like to grind. Excuse me. Now we're at noon. I don't really love this time of day, but I mean, this is the kind of acceleration I'd like to see on the indices here.
Yeah. Close.
Channeling up. Or above the mid. Or above the POC. It's like a reclaim there. Not much left of it after, but I mean, reclaim up to 73s. So NQ is not cooperating. Probably because NVIDIA, like, they're all up there, but I mean, they're not really like pressing. I'm sure their volume is low today as well.
Microsoft looked good though, right? Wait, where's
Yeah,
Microsoft?
it's up. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, it's almost like a cup and handle fucking thingy.
The way
Yeah.
Amazon is running, or did
Amazon's
put in
just
a
a
run?
gator. That's just a nice flag, right? Look at that. That's a flag, right? Look at that flag. Alphabet has a flag, but it's like I don't know what you'd want to call it. I don't know which one you'd think would be better. I think the Amazon one would be better. It's tighter. Amazon should pop to the top. That's probably a no. Yeah, that should go up.
How much is Amazon off the on the Nasdaq?
Like what, percentage wise? I think
Yeah,
it's like
pretty.
12%. Yeah, I can't remember. 12% or something. Or maybe it's way up. I can't remember. Where do you go for that? Do you just go to Yahoo?
You can go on Yahoo. I like just to ask ChatGPT.
Yeah. Hey man, I got a guy that's like, yeah, it's not supposed to take your job away. It's supposed to make your job easier. That's what it's supposed, you know what I mean? Like, it's not supposed to take your job away. It's supposed to make you more efficient. It's actually supposed to make you more valuable because if you can do 3 times the work, I don't really give a fuck where or why. Do you get me? I don't fucking care. Just do 3 times more work. That fuck off, right? Like that's all any business person wants. They're just like, sure, you want to do more work? I don't really give a fuck. Give her. Like, how much is that subscription to that you're on the waiting list? How much is that
20,
cost?
yeah, 20
$20
US.
a month?
See.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's, in my opinion, if I was in the tech space or whatever, or if I needed like whatever, that's cheap for me to pay for my employees to do 3 times the amount of work. That's fucking dirt cheap, man. I'll pay for that all day long. I wouldn't even think twice.
Yeah, so on the 100, it's 11.2, and on the composite, 5%.
11.2, and on the composites, it's
5%.
less. Yeah,
Yeah.
5%,
Half.
which is fine. That makes sense.
Yes, equal weight, right?
Yeah. Where are we? I'm still on these charts. I feel like my read has been mediocre lately. Not bad.
Well, you were on top of oil.
Execution is the well, I mean, execution's another fucking detail that has to be worked out. On top of oil? What do you mean?
Yeah, well-
Fuck, I was kind of did it in a stupid spot now that I'm looking at it.
I guess
No,
Zero
it's not
didn't have the
hard.
time to check everything, right? He's probably laying low.
Yeah, I don't think he's feeling well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of. Yeah, no, I'm looking at it. It's like I kind of fought for a bottom. You know what I mean, or for whatever. And then I had to just kind of get it back. So I had to dig out of a hole. There was really no move there. It was awesome or cool. So
That was on your top step, 100K?
here's crude now pushing into that gap zone. So again, how do you get the entry on that long? That's
Maybe on the retest if you get it. If it does a retest. Which I
don't know,
find.
man. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't seem to like to do that, does it?
Nope, not at all. It just goes, then churns a bit, and then it goes again. Churns a bit,
Yeah.
goes again.
Yeah. Or it just completely rips back.
Yeah.
Leaves you at the altar.
That's the thing. Fat Cat was recently being a bit miffed about the volatility, right? But if we are honest, it's quite volatile, isn't it? I mean, Wix at 13 is still volatile. If you look back, if you do.
That's what the argument on VIX. There's volatility index, right? The fear. I don't even know really like the market is up. You see, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know if it's really accurate, but if you were to just look on it like as a like a complete reflection, market is up, and that's why VIX is up or down. You know what I mean? Like that. That's just it. So some people argue it's not even about volatility, and I don't know.
Oh no, I don't think
It's
VIX is
almost
the
like it's a
best tool.
bullshit. It's a bullshit thing for the sheep to look at, so they keep adding to the long. Oh, this is good. It's not risky when we're at VIX 13, right? Like I'll add more money, right? As the market's up, up, up and away, right? And that's what they always want that. And then the people that are adding at the very top, let's just say like pretend we're Bitcoin, they get burned, right? They get flushed out. And thanks for the money, guys, right? And then VIX goes back up and they stop inputting money into the system, let's say. And then they do the whole fucking cycle again. Like it's just a mind job that these rich they're moving money around just to fuck people around, right? Like and each other probably. They're all, you know.
Yeah, for sure. At some point, you need bigger fish to fry.
Well, yeah, like, and you're not always going to be friends with that guy that he just pissed on your golf course, right? Or what? Or he just shut down your big construction deal, or you know what I mean? Like, or his condo is putting shadow on my condo, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like my Trump Tower is being shadowed now by this, like, you know what I mean? I had a wicked sunset, and now you built this fucking thing right in front of me, you cocksucker. And then yeah, they get angry at each other. It's a fucking real fucking. Would love to be a fly on the wall on some of it.
Mm.
Listen in if anybody didn't. Yeah, I would love to listen in on some of the bullshit that they that they do.
Yeah, but still, I mean, if you go back, right, there are years where the total range is like what, 50, 60 points
Yeah,
over the whole year.
I think those were the years that everybody was friends, right? And they're all like, "Well, let's just make it go up." Interest rates were really high back then too. Remember that, right? Interest rates were extremely high, like 13, 14, 18.
Yeah.
So there's always that too, right? So maybe everybody was just happy getting fat off the other side of the cat, right? Do you know what I mean? You don't have to
Mhm.
make all your money in stocks and bonds if you're in stocks if you're also getting it in say bonds or like say just pure cash interest rate, right?
Yeah.
Having like because high interest rate is bad for the person buying, but it's also good for the person that's got savings, right? So it's just another way to fuck the little man out of the deal again. He's always into shit, right? The low income is always into shit, which is terrible. I don't know how you would, yeah. Don't be a low income or don't be right. It's like, how do you, what do you mean? Don't be a low income. How do you do that? You can't just tell somebody to not. I don't know. Maybe you can.
Didn't they do that? Like, wasn't there Jamie Diming saying something like that? If you're a single mother and you work at McDonald's, you need to properly manage your money, something like that. It should be no problem. I think he said something around those lines. Maybe not him, but there was like a guide from the bank or from. No, McDonald's did it themselves, I believe. I believe McDonald's put out a guide how to manage your money while paying absolute dog shit.
Yeah. Fuck, hilarious. Oh, there it goes. See, there goes gold. Breaks above that. There it goes. It just broke that value or that low gap there. That's awesome.
And look at oil.
Yeah, sorry, that's oil. Yeah, yeah. It just broke it.
Oh, you meant oil. Yeah. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, sorry, not gold. Gold. I mean oil. Sorry.
Yeah.
pop up gold. Yeah, gold didn't, whatever. Gold fell through its thing.
Yeah, but do you take if you're in it now? If you played the whole time, you waited for the breakout. Do you take your money now and re-enter on a retest?
I would want to see. I'm trying to zoom in a little bit, but around 31s, I would want to see it either blow right through it or grind it. And if it grinds it, then we can come back and retest the top of that. So that would be like 14. So I would let it kind of go here a little bit. It's grinding right now on a low node, but see if I can get one tick per strike. Oh, if I can. Oh, there it is. There. Good. Yeah, there it goes. So it just popped through there. That's a little value gap right there that we have that finishes at 33. Started at 27, so it's a little mini one. Low node here now at, well, the closest low node, right? But it's not going to be. So the next target will be 49 if we can make it. I doubt it though. But without another like push or set, like, you know what I mean? It's got to maybe gather, like, see how it's pulled back now. Maybe it's going to gather that strength, right?
Mm.
Back to a 5 second. And then I was trying to use volume, time-based volume as well. It seems to be a little bit sloppy.
Time-based
really-
volume. What do you mean? Market profile? No.
No, just volume per second.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
were.
Yeah.
The time, yeah, it's time-based. So volume per 5 seconds or volume, whatever, right? What I've always kind of come back to with a product like this that's got such spiky time-based volume is I just end up using the average volume, right? So you can look at the line chart at the bottom, and that kind of helps because it just cleans it up for me. So like we had a bit of a volume increase during that rush up, that was a volume increase, which, you know, surprise, surprise. It's more better to find the drop offs of volume. It's
Oh, yeah.
funny there too, because it's delayed, right? It's almost like I want to change the time span of that, not the
Well, if I understand Harvey, if I understand numbers correctly, he trades into volatility, right? So he wants to be in the trade, yeah, and volatility comes in, and either volatility confirms his trade or basically tells him to get out. I could be wrong, but that's what I got out of him the recent times I talked to him. Guess some old Jesus made some money, huh?
Yeah.
Man, these boys.
There goes, yeah, like okay, so where's the entry? Where is the entry? And there it is. But how the fuck, man? It was at 1040, give or take, but I don't think he would have got that.
He might 40, around 40 on those. I mean, you see some wicks there, right? So probably if you look at the order flow or something, you see buying. They are defending that 74.40 zone. Oh, it really goes. Look at that. He just played the breakout. How many ticks is that now? Yeah. Already like what? 55, 60 ticks. Look at that. Look at that. Maybe he was in early. Said like, fuck it, I take the law of the day. And he got in at 74. Jesus, man. Zero is on a longer vacation. Probably back in like 1.5 weeks or so. Maybe a little bit more. Look at that oil one. this is ridiculous. And
Yeah,
it
92 ticks right there.
didn't give you a chance to get in. So no retest, nothing.
Yeah,
At this
right.
point,
5 units, 5
this-
contracts. That's the daily max.
yeah. You look at it, you just play the breakouts almost. Yeah. And then you have to decide if
Okay.
money or not.
Yeah, which one, right? Is that what you're about to say?
Yeah.
Which fucking breakout?
I mean, no, it's not true, right? But
Yeah. That one there, the inventories didn't, like that didn't do it either. I didn't even really, it didn't notice.
also that oil trade, I don't know. There must be so many positions that are diametrically opposed to each other, right?
On, what do you mean?
On oil.
Oh, yeah, I know, but like, what do you mean, like sides? Like, how do you?
Yeah, if you look at how many how many wanted up, how many wanted down, and then you have the traders in between who basically exasperate the moves.
Yeah. I didn't even notice that that cat is up there.
Oh yeah, don't wait for me. Just if you want to listen to him, go.
Oh no, I don't think he's talking right now. I can do it both ways, right? I just texted him. Well, he just looks at whatever, and if he's not talking, that means he's not trading right now. This is just building higher and higher, it seems. Russell is now starting to give it back a bit. And clearly, clearly the fucking crude is gone.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to do with it now, right? I don't know if I'd try and go, I don't know. That is kind of my setup to go short here. Just
That
don't know
is-
crude well enough.
Wait, on which
Like, you
time
know what?
frame?
Everybody can say oversold until it's like way oversold, right? So this is just them taking it back, and then we're gonna flush it out again. So if you look at your not that one, the not that one, that one, your spread, or not your spreads, your daily -1 +3 or whatever.
Mm, mm.
Then we go to crude. And we were way over, like we were way below the -3. Right. So if we
Yeah.
can get anywhere up into the plus, or sorry, the -2, if you were, and I've got that at about 76.60, give or take 59. If you can get anywhere up, and that would see how that would break that high over there.
Yeah.
if we can get there, then I would say we're ready to exhaust it again down to the -3 again. Just so we could build, more energy to get out of this hole, right? The way it's done this. You look at it on a wider time frame. It's as well just kind of coiling tighter, right?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Just kind of building a base, coiling tighter. Right? The moves are bigger, that's for sure. Like it's a or see how it's coming down, and now we're kind of going sideways, right? So it's going to want to try and build. I guess that they may call it a base. They might want to try and build a base here to come back out of it, right? So it has to go up, down to do that. Now I'm on a 1 hour. And yeah, we had a top. Because, like crude's a funny thing. Yeah, the chart says it can go down to $50 or $25, but really, will it? I don't know if it can get below $65 ever again. You know what I mean? It just won't, they just won't let it happen. Like they need to get, plus, what has also happened? Inflation, okay? Inflation doesn't always just affect the little man. It also affects companies too, right? So every time that they're, $65 is worth less than it was 2 years ago. Or whatever price they're at right now, $76 is worth less than it was 2 years ago because their expenses are higher as well, right? So if anything, pure like a good economic, curve would be basically up the whole way, right? You can't have these big drawbacks and overpay for stuff because you're not getting enough for your product. I'm gonna make a list here, yeah. I'm gonna wanna take a look at, global inventories. And really track what I'm gonna look for that. That's a good job for tomorrow. And how they fluctuate.
Well, that's already a nice drop. A shot would have worked there.
Shit. Oh, fuck. I just hit a fucking level as well. Shit.
But why did you say your setup was to go short there? Was it just because on price action, right?
Yeah.
What did you see
Right,
there?
well, it was oversold, came into a sideways, and now it's basically it's kind of overbought. Right, in a sense. Now, how deep is this overbought? That's the, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how far this move, like, you should be happy with probably that maybe. But it actually might look like, well, okay. You scale one off now. And you trail stop at like, I don't even know. Probably at the top. I don't know. This would be a mitigate, this would just be a mitigate, just a straight mitigate and see if it runs.
Yeah, okay, but you would have mostly placed your trade on oversold, overbought indicator, and what you were.
Well, it's not an indicator. I just use my eye, right? So don't think that I made, like, you know what I mean? I didn't really use an indicator for that. Like, that's just, and I really would think I want this to go higher, to be honest with you. So this is actually setting up very nicely, right? Because this is gonna, do the first step and a three step. You know what I mean? The 3-step
Sure,
process of how the real top is made, right? But I mean, is 23 ticks enough for you? We don't know.
It's not, won't be muted on coffee. Most of it, 'cause I took a little bit of a loss.
He's already
So-
trading out.
Right here's a bottom tick. We're gonna take it. Okay, that's all we got. Let's take a look. I think that's it for me. Honestly, I think we'll call it a Thanksgiving.
He's already done his trades, man.
Let's take a look. What have we
He
done
makes it
here?
so easy. I guess that was a bit of a move. That's another 20 ticks he's on the
1100. I'll take it.
Did he go short or what?
Let's put this on. Share this. There we go. 2 trades, minus 750 plus 1900. All 10-minute acceptance. All trading under this area, 10 minutes under the low nodes. Had we not got clipped out for $750, I would have definitely attempted to push more, a little further. But bankroll management, especially in low volatility environment, is extremely important. So there you go. Post the sheet. Yep. So again, just to quickly explain this, Russell, I'll explain it for the other people. I'm leaning on a mean reversion. I'm leaning. Why did I get clipped 750? I don't even fucking remember. Because they're both shorts. I think I was short up in this region and it just pushed a little too much that I cut it. I caught it because I'm like, fuck it. I don't remember. I really can't even remember.
He was working all
Well,
right
we're
here
here
from
it can recall as it went up too
1220
much.
to 1227 or whatever. Right
Like
here
it's
in this
going
top.
too much.
So that range there
It's
was
gonna be under the low node or this red line.
8 ticks, right? So 8 ticks.
Like when there's a giant mean here that's spanned for how long? I mean, it's in the coffee. I claim. But either way, it was trying to trade the same fucking
so
area.
he took a $750 drawdown on that exactly right there. So 8 lots
So I
on 8
waited for
ticks.
about 3 minutes
It's
within that.
$800.
Because this is a mean that's
So he
gone
took a
on for 5
7-tick
hours.
drawdown. I'm not
It's gonna
saying
take
it's
a lot
bad,
of-
but it was probably
You
right.
really need to see it accept
He was probably
above
trying to cut it, or
this
he
value
probably jumped
area
it
for
down here
probably
at
a
like
good 30
17
minutes
after,
or something. And
going
since it's
short,
staying
and then it
in
came
this
all the way back
region,
against him.
10 minutes.
You know, one of
5
these
to
2
10
pushes
minute
at the
marker
top
there.
there did that 8 ticks, so he got
Most of the
blasted on that,
Python
and
was
then he
below.
just ran the rest
I
of it.
was overthinking. I think I was getting
Hmm.
a 40
You know,
here.
he took
And
the
then
next one and ran that down.
was it?
That's interesting. I always just like to see
Yeah,
his spots that he does his job. And then
71
I'll
even.
look at it and see if, you know, potentially could I have gotten, or do I see something at that spot?
Yeah, I
And it's funny, right? Because it's like, you don't have to. It's in the management of it.
Boxing and staying sideways, got back into it.
I'd much prefer this other push here if we go back in time to like 12 after. 13 after, right there. Take that run down there, and then, you know, stop
I
it.
realized it was boxing.
45 70s or something like that, and be done with the whole fucking, just be done with it.
What I didn't
Yeah.
like
Environment, that'd be
actually
fucking
why I got
fantastic, right? To
clipped
go
was
Even if you got
why
hit
you
there,
review.
73
because
to
I can't recall shit.
70 is like 10 ticks.
And
again,
actually,
so
most
whatever.
witnesses in court cases can't recall shit. That's
Maybe-
why eyewitness accounts are actually unreliable, and that's why you should record things. What I didn't like though was at the time Russell was here, and I'm like, well, you could look at it from the perspective of, yeah, it's one curve, but there's kind of its double distribution. So
That's what throws me off too.
is it
if
gonna
they're
cycle
not-
the low curve or
Well,
the
I
high
kinda-
curve? And I just, when I got in the first
I
trade,
don't
I'm
know
like,
if you were
fuck,
here,
this
but I
ain't
was-
good. I remember saying that.
After I had a couple conversations
I
with
was
that
muted
guy,
for
he
you
started
guys,
making that
but
correlation.
like
So that's
coffee,
when
like
you
I
started
was saying, I don't like this
to really
because
look at
Russell
it.
can cycle
So-
back up. This is where you got.
I don't think he'll give me the credit, but
I saw that like M2 started pushing a little
I
higher.
learned it from
The
zero.
Russell started
Well,
going down there,
everybody
and I
learns
gave
their
me
own
the
thing.
confidence because now they're gonna the drag once it comes into this profile, which it did. But also, you know, you're dealing with a 5-hour mean. Yes, so mean advantage, range advantage. And I had both, and that's what I was saying here is I have mean advantage, range advantage, time advantage, being that 10 minutes or more has surpassed and it's below where I want to trade ideally. So, uh,
Oh,
using
Jesus.
days, which isn't a good habit. I should review good days too. And you know you can post in the stage. You should probably post in the stage. If you go to the stage, there's a chat box
It's
at
a
the
pretty
top
good
right.
spot to pay for your trades if you're long in oil. I don't know who was involved.
Nah, I do things that aren't okay, and not the
So you wanna
the thing
get
is,
back to all this,
like,
and then we're gonna look for another buck in
you gotta
oil
review good trades as well.
going up.
Uh,
Interesting.
let's see.
It's helping for
I gave the trade to John because he was down for the day. I hope he took it. I don't know. He seems to be AFK.
Post the P&L in the fucking journal section. Hate how this other fucking 300-day fucking trade is there. That I can't make go away for some reason. I mean, fuck. Back to It's in the journal section. Why is what a value area? Re-explain yourself, because I would ask the question. Because I don't remember what I would. You guys, I process so much information that I dump it almost like immediately. Like I process shitloads of information
Let me go to Dow.
that like it's just like I can't retain it. Especially when somebody asks me why I did something on a fucking
You might choose
video
the
from
Dragon
fucking
Russell
3 years
here if you
ago,
were
and they don't even in an
fucking
hour-long
good.
video, and they don't even timestamp. Why'd you do that? I don't fucking remember. Do you know how many hours of trading I've looked at since 3 years ago, buddy? Like trying to ask me what I fucking ate 3 years ago on a Tuesday. Do you recommend combines after you wash your coffee for a month? I don't recommend you fucking trade for a living. Dude, it's gonna take you years to fucking look. It's gonna take you. Well, I really don't. Yeah, how you gonna sit here for 4 to fucking? From what I'm starting to see for retail traders, statistically speaking, and seeing the very few people that actually have made it, like, so I know of 3 other people who've made it for sure in this Discord, and they all have like, I think they could have worked harder and had a better workflow and really leverage reviewing stuff. However, all of them like finally made it with about a decade of on and off trading experience. It took them about 10 years. All 3 of these people have taken about 10 years before they finally made it. So do you really want to sit? I don't think it would take you 10 years if you worked your fucking ass off. Took me 4 years. So I think realistically 4 to 7. So the question is, are you really willing to sit here and not make money for 4 to 7 years? As a retail trader. Like I posted something on Twitter where this guy, I'll read it.
That's an absolute truth, man. Well, these guys think it'll be like 6 months and you'll be good.
Yeah, and the problem is, right?
That's why so many people washed out during
Successful a trader you look
COVID.
up to is they'll never come close to replicate their results. So if you watch my shit, you're not going to replicate what it is that I'm doing. Because what you have to understand is I can't take the hours of experience, the hours of thousands of hours of experience, 1,000 hours of inner work, all the hours of meditation, all the hours of working on my emotions, and put that inside of your head. This guy says I sat 5 feet from Mayor Offman for a better part of 3 years. He made roughly $1 to $3 million days, and they were pretty common. I couldn't pull $50 out of the market in the beginning. it was 6 to 7 years after when things began to click. Well, it's cool to put someone else on a pedestal. More chances than not, it won't translate to you. You're the rock star, not someone else. So this guy's same thing with Lance. He said to successful traders, like, you can sit next to somebody you can sit there and sit next to somebody who's doing it, and you're not. But the thing is, this guy sat next to somebody making $1 to $3 million. Could that guy explain what he was doing? That's another thing. If you're sitting next to a successful trader and they can't articulate what's going on, then it's useless. If that makes sense. Like when I was doing heavy go-kart racing, like the best trader or some of the best drivers could barely tell me fucking shit.
Yeah, but go-karting is
They
like
were very secretive about certain techniques.
whole other stuff.
So
Still the theory of communication.
Yeah,
You
of
know,
course, it's true.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm not the best communicator. If you can understand it, then good. But if you can't, good luck to you.
why
right?
is it? Hold on, I'll get back to you. Why is it chart 71 to 74 set a value area on your ES chart?
That's why I think most, people that are successful on YouTube are just that. Right? They're good communicators. They can make you want to or think that you're learning.
It's just the way the profile
It's
is. So I
good.
talk
Why do I
about
like
how
to
this
teach?
shaded
Yeah.
area doesn't matter a lot of times. Pretty accurate, but it's wrong. It's
a
often
shitty
wrong.
documentary, you know what I mean? Like a shitty documentary.
Okay,
is
watch.
not-
If I pull this back,
It's shit, right?
Hmm.
well, it's telling me the fucking value area is halfway through
But now
here.
you could argue
and
is
down here,
learning-
that's
how much
wrong.
of learning
You have to
is
look at the
at least
shape of the
60%
curve
or
itself.
70%.
I think I
And
talk
what
about
you
this in
want
my
to do.
profile video.
It's not just
The
a
value
teacher
area is
or the teacher,
70%
it
of the
could be a
curve
subject
up
and
there
you.
and down there.
Your
These are two
audio,
different
I can't hear you,
distribution
Javi.
Like
angles.
you
It's just the way the
don't
curve
have to.
is kind
You're
of
not
Can't hear you,
allowed to
Javi.
do that. What's that?
So if I was
We can't hear you right now.
draw these white boxes, like if you watched,
Is that
if you
better?
were here when I was
Yeah,
drawing
a
the
little
white
bit.
boxes, or you can watch the
Yeah,
profile
it's like doing your
video or the
taxes.
Sierra charts video.
Like nobody wants to do their taxes.
I strategically draw the curves on range, and then it's an accurate representation of where 70% of the volume is. But oftentimes it's wrong. This one's
Until the
right
IRA comes knocking.
because this range. It's nice.
Yeah.
The real because like again, I mean I've explained this shit, but like
This is where he starts to get pissed off, right? Because he's explained it a whole bunch of times on screens and he has videos. And then they come in and ask them, why is this the value area? Because they can't get their charts to do what they're doing because he's drawing
And
it.
if this curve starts at 4 a.m,
Right now, people have stopped listening. They're like, "Oh yeah," right? And this is what I was saying about focused learning. Like, you really want to listen or learn what this guy's going to say. You gotta listen to it. Like, well, I'm not saying you're not. I'm saying this guy probably isn't, though. The other guy.
There's a small range here.
And he's
so
got almost everything he does
there
is
would
on a
be a
video,
curve
and
here.
he's impressed me to the point where, like,
It's already been blown.
he doesn't care that he's
See?
giving away
That's
all
90%.
the secrets.
Volume
He's
is
almost
actually-
giving away almost every single thing that he does. But he says to me, he goes, "They're not listening anyway." Who cares?
Up here.
Right? And if they do
70%
listen,
of the
they're still not gonna be able to
total
do it the same way or
But the
whatever.
real
So what do I
distribution
care
zone is
again?
down
I
here.
don't care. Right?
It's another distribution zone up here, but it's all cut to these small.
Yeah, I
curves.
think, to be honest, I
It's
think
really
his
not that
style, to
quality.
learn his style
It's
is
only measuring
not
up
that
to
easy.
this point. That as
At
it
all.
comes, as you drag it on,
Because he's still heavily
range will hit
influenced by the
about
DOM,
here,
right?
And that's what the
And I
curve
think
will
that's
look like, and
the
then that's kind of a fucked up curve.
that's almost more difficult, I believe, than looking at the charts and seeing, okay, we've got stacking areas here, mean reverting probabilities here.
Okay, so you use the no, you got the Sierra chart set up exactly like Jigsaw.
Yeah.
So do you have the volume profile on the
Is you're
DOM?
trading at
I have it, but I'm actually taking it off.
It's getting easier.
right?
Because
He
I-
uses that more than almost
Let's say
anything.
it's-
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's the slip and the jump and all that. That's what he uses for that. That's the slip,
wouldn't-
right?
Yeah, I don't use it to be
Say this
honest,
is
and
easy.
that's why I'm getting rid of it.
Well,
Yeah,
Again,
so it's
like,
it's
yeah, like if it, I don't
Right,
use
more
DOM at
thighs
all,
and-
but I'm starting to get to a point where I need almost one more little thing to really help me with like my full execution.
getting harder.
I think you
One
should really
little
use it because I feel like your levels are quite good, and if you're at a level and you can see a certain kind of reaction on the DOM, that gives you more confidence.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So almost all of my good trades were when I had a good reaction on the DOM that I wanted to actually see.
It's
So I saw some kind of big orders coming in, trying to absorb or
I know exactly what I'm doing.
the
I know
aggressiveness
exactly why
tapered
I
off
fucked up.
completely.
I know exactly why something works. I know exactly why there might be problems. I know exactly. I'm not surprised. Don't get me wrong, sometimes somebody will sweep the market. However, I kind of know what areas that might happen. There could be just some abnormal thing, but those are real outlier behaviors. So none of it is like I know exactly what to do, when to do it, why I'm doing it. Sometimes I get absolutely fucking confused and have no clue what's going on. Most of the time, I have no clue what's going on until there's more price action. And then once that's there, then I know what I need to do. If I don't know what's going on and I'm trading it, I mean, because there's going to be moments where it's like if you don't know what's going on, then don't trade it.
Yeah, that's also
There's gonna
something
be
where he's
moments where I
abnormal, right?
Most of the
He
time, it's
likes
not
to
trading.
trade
Most of the time,
when
it's just sitting
most
here.
of it is already over
That's
volume
the
wise.
skill set. So most of the time,
Most
it's
of the
doing
time.
absolutely nothing but waiting. And if I don't have clear
Which
screening
actually
price
is
action,
for most beginners
it's like
is
reading where
way
to
harder
look.
to do. But as you progress, like him, probably over the years, that's actually what makes him that good because he sees what's going on the day. He sees, okay, we're getting into
cycles, high
out of value areas. I don't see certain things happen, which would which would mean okay, there's a high probability of continuation here.
Where when I was new, it would take weeks or a month, and then we'll trade again. What if you're learning from someone who's already made it? Did it take you 4 years because you started from scratch? We all start from scratch. And if you watch the course review video, I talk about how all the courses I consumed shaped my trading identity. Because there's very much Gary Norden in there. Like, I never used limit orders until he explained why there was edge in limit orders. It may not seem like that to some of you, but there's edge in limit orders. It is the better price on the spread. But the con is you gotta have to wait in the queue. I learned shit from Merit that I still use, but I just
Oh, I see.
do it my own way because I think TPO is
Is that better
outdated.
for volume?
Because
Is
it
the
doesn't
volume better? I
measure
didn't even notice
your
that
volume,
you
it
wrote
just
that.
measures. But it's a 30-minute chart. Each letter is just a
Not
30-minute
really.
bar just stacked on top of each other to make a bell curve. And while price over time does make a bell curve, I also want to see volume as well. And then my DOM template is the exact same template as John Grady from all the way in 2017 when I first did his shit. So yeah, I didn't just start from scratch. I learned from other people. I crafted my own identity. Slips, reclaims are my own discoveries. Heard top ticks from somebody else, but I found the nuances. But I also sat here and reviewed
Be right back. I need
hours
to do some stuff.
of night, 2-3 hour nights of just reviewing.
We should
Always
jump
trying
up
to
there
find
then.
a solution to a problem. Always
Yeah, I
trying
just
to
wanna
fix
hear
the
it
problem.
closer.
Most traders don't ever try to fix the problem.
And I think, to be
And
honest, I
then
better get up there
It all
anyway.
goes
He's
into all the
actually,
psychology.
he might be streaming, like, I don't know, I've been trying to talk him into coming back. So if I don't show up, he might get a little bit offended. I'm gonna hop up there quick.